Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to take this opportunity to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Maz?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Present.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Thank you. And do we have any public speakers for our closed session agenda?
Mayor and City Council, we do have 2 speakers addressing the closed session agenda, and those speakers have 3 minutes, and we'll have our first speaker step forward, Sandy Lizzo.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'm here representing over 500 professional AFSCME Local 2002 members, many who took time to be here in the audience from every department and facility to show our solidarity and commitment to this organization. We want to thank this council for being bold and prioritizing city staff and your strategic planning and starting to address longstanding issues like low wages, compaction, and longevity. We are trying to negotiate our 4th and final year of our current contract, which was added at the request of the city. And we agreed not knowing how difficult it was going to be. The city has now told us they do not have any more authority and provided their best and final offer. This is still below the average of what all the other unions that report to our members are currently receiving. This adds to our current compaction problem. This creates new compaction, recreates the compaction that you just fixed a year ago with our members with IBEW, and is now forcing us to come to you guys just to ask for 1% to 2% additional authority. So we can reach a tentative agreement and just stay even and still not address all the compaction issues. Over 60% of our members are not even funded by the general fund, and our professional managers and analysts that are already budgeting for all the other union member raises, but nothing for us. We were also told that our current contract is astronomical on multiple occasions, but yet a union agreement on tonight's agenda is larger than ours, so I don't know what the city would call theirs. Our union was also at the forefront of bringing up the need for longevity pay during this contract, only to be told by the city, no, only police get longevity. We respected that decision, and then after our contract, the class and comp study, lo and behold, revealed low benefits. And then AFA, AMEA, and now IBEW are receiving or are going to be receiving longevity pay. Rightfully so, as our members supervise and manage in every department and see this need. Yet we again requested longevity pay during negotiations and was told we can discuss it as a separate letter of understanding as we agree to this COLA, and we agreed to do that. However, now the city regressively bargained and removed this offer from the following negotiation meeting. Now we're being told, well, longevity pay will be going citywide anyways, with no explanation or timeline. Lastly, we were told some of our members have high salaries, which we do. However, on tonight's agenda, it is once again you're going to bump up members of your executive team who are the highest paid in the city to even higher levels. Again, kudos to them. They all work their butts off. The question is, why can't management, the heart of the organization, simply stay up with the wages to supervise our employees that now make more money than them with additional longevity pay opportunities that we originally fought for? Why is there more money to bump up executive staff and not find the 1% to 2% to reach a tentative agreement with AFSCME Local 2002?
Sandy, I'm sorry, your time
and
is
bring
up.
longevity pay forward for all city employees this June. Thank you.
We'll have our next speaker step forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you for having me again. My name is Nick Berkey. I'm here to speak on behalf of our 501 members of AFSCME Local 2002. When AFSCME began representing Anaheim's management and confidential employees, there was great hope that the time was over that our unrepresented status would not be used as a budgetary balancing tool for the city anymore. As we shared with you many times in individual meetings, prior to organizing, management and confidential employees' previous raise was way back in 2009. This was when unrepresented employees received the same raises as AMEA on an annual basis. Following a decade of being treated as a budget instrument and seeing other bargaining groups receive raises aligned with inflation, management and confidential employees lost over 22% of their purchasing power from their salaries due to salary stagnation. After organizing, AFSCME members received salary increases of 21% over the course of 5 years and 2 contracts. This is approximately 4.2% annually, less than what all the other bargaining units have received in the past couple months. However, during the same time frame, the consumer price index for the LA, Long Beach, Anaheim region has increased 21.4%, which means we've only kept our purchasing power level. So these raises have not really done anything for us but maintain the status quo. Currently, we're in negotiations for a general wage adjustment for the 4th year of our MOU, as Sandy just mentioned. However, these negotiations have not been as cordial as previous ones. We've been told what is good for us. We've been promised future raises in exchange for accepting a lower raise today. And worst of all, we've experienced regressive negotiations where proposals have been made on paper and then withdrawn in the next round of proposals. We have been continually told by city negotiators that our current contract has been lucrative and that our increases were astronomical. But as you can see on the handout I've provided all of you, as well as the clerk, AFSCME remains no worse and no better than we were 5 years ago. Compounding the issue is that we continually see our colleagues leave Anaheim for other opportunities, many times for less pay. We see colleagues we supervise make more than us as supervisors. We are told by executive management that our exempt status means we're available and on call 24/7 despite consistently working more than 80 hours a pay period. We join you here today to express that what once made Anaheim a destination city to have a career at has simply become a jumping stone to other opportunities, a resume builder, not a place to retire. To make the commitment for change requires courage to change and capital towards those to make towards those decisions. AFSCME wants to work together
I'm sorry,
to
your
make
time
your
is up.
vision become reality. And thank you very much for your time. And the handout I provided does highlight everything I've discussed.
Mayor and City Council. Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers.
Thank you. So with no more public comment on closed session, we will recess to closed session and be back close to 5 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that's going to be offered this evening by Pastor Paulo Maciel from Dwelling Place in Anaheim Hills. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rubicalva to lead us in our flag salute. Please stand if you are able. Pastor Maciel, nice to see you.
Thank you for having me here. It's an honor. Let's pray. Jesus, would you fill this room with your presence right now? Every part of this room. God, thank you for the city of Anaheim. From all the places we could be, you have planted us here in a city you love, city by the river, that's Anaheim. And God, in your word, you say that there is a river that comes and makes glad the city of God. I ask, Lord, that the same river that flooded your city would come and fill the streets of Anaheim with your joy, with your peace, and with hope. I pray that all over the city, God, over in Catella, Brookhurst, Ball, that every street would be filled with your hope and the knowledge of who you are and the things that you bring, which are good. I pray, Lord, for the city officials here right now in this room, that you would touch their minds and their hearts, that you would bring peace and love for them and for their families, Jesus, as they are here discussing issues and how to solve problems for the city, that you would be there at their homes right now, taking care of their little ones, of their families, God, that you would fill their homes with your peace. And Lord, for everyone in this room, God, I pray that they would feel the presence of the living God, bringing peace to where there is lack. And Lord, I pray for everybody in this room that is sick. May you bring your healing to our minds, our bodies, and our hearts. God, you love this city so much, and you've brought us here today, and we share of the same love. I declare over the city of Anaheim that this place is a place of freedom, of hope, of peace. Lord, that you would bring to this place a sense of unity and care for each other, that we would be united with one mind and one heart towards bringing life and hope for the city of Anaheim. God bless the city of Anaheim. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Maciel. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Was it spicy? Was it spicy?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to start our formal presentations tonight by acknowledging Sydney Tran, an 8th grader from El Rancho Charter School in Anaheim Hills that is now back-to-back Orange County Spelling Bee champion. So she claimed her second title by correctly spelling charcuterie. Now, how many of you can do that? Yeah, all right, we had one taker. Don't worry, I won't test you on it. So her success reflects hours of preparation and planning for the bee. A special shout out, of course, to her family that I know supports her, as well as her teachers at El Rancho for encouraging her along the way. Now Sydney is going to go and represent Orange County at the Scripps National Spelling Bee next month, which is televised and very fun to watch. Congratulations, Sydney, on your incredible accomplishment. We are all cheering you from your hometown. Would you like to please join us? Would you like to say a few or spell a few words?
Thank you to the City of Anaheim for recognition for my accomplishment, and thank you to the Orange County Department of Education, and thank you to the Orange Unified School District, and thank you to all my teachers and staff and my counselor, Ms. Beard and Ms. Leffort at El Rancho Charter School, and thank you to my family and friends for all the support.
Perfect. We'll have you hold that up high for everybody to see. Family, anybody else?
It was Lavia. Yeah.
I was telling them, my daughter's a 7th grader at El Rancho Charter, and I haven't heard from them yet, so that means that she hasn't done anything too bad. All right, this is a really special recognition stemming from a news program excerpt that I saw on our local news. And it is recognizing the owner of both Superior Laundry and Laundry Up for their generous support of our Anaheim students. So while we talk a lot about how our student resources and our students need to focus on academics, being scholar athletes, there are also needs that go way beyond the classroom. And they met an everyday real need in that some of our students did not have clean clothes for them to attend school. And while many families are facing economic challenges, different challenges, they stepped up in a way that has a real powerful impact on these student lives. These are family-owned businesses that have partnered with the Anaheim Union, High School District to provide nearly $9,000 in vouchers to support Anaheim students and their families. And this, to me, really exemplifies what Anaheim is all about. Strong community partners that show up for each other when there is a need. So I want to thank both companies and invite them up to share about their experiences from Superior Laundry and Laundry Up. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Good evening. First off, I'd like to thank God because without him, none of this would be possible. I also want to thank the mayor, city council, and the entire Anaheim Union High School District for this recognition. I'd like to also acknowledge my brother and business partner, Corey. I'm so grateful to be doing this work together. And to my family who's here tonight, this started as a family business over 30 years ago. So your support means everything. We're proud to be part of a program that helps students in such a practical way. Clean clothes may seem small, but they have a very big impact. We appreciate the chance to serve our community. Thank you. Yes. So we have 2 laundromat locations in Anaheim. One is on the cross streets of State College in La Palma, and the other is Harbor and Ball are the major cross streets. And then Laundry Up, that is our pickup and delivery service. So we serve all of Orange County. So if you guys have any dirty laundry, we'll help you out.
Perfect. All right. Yeah. Well, yes. Let me take it. Perfect. I'll take it right alongside her. Just a couple more.
If you guys want to move to the straight.
You guys are all good? Yeah, we're good. Great. Thank you so much.
I like the request for us to literally air our dirty laundry. So we are also here to recognize the Savannah High School girls basketball team. They won their first CIF Southern Section Championship this year. With a 46-25 win over Warren High School, the Rebels showed true teamwork and determination from start to finish, making history. This is a milestone for the entire school and a testament to the hard work that each of these girls has put in, both in the classroom and on the court. So to the coaches, thank you so much for all the time you dedicate to these lovely young women. To your parents, thanks for driving them to practice. I'm sure you guys spend a lot of time in the car. I'm sure you also generate some dirty laundry, so we can have you go to Superior. And just want to congratulate the Rebels for a job well done and welcome you up.
And then if you can hold for some family photos.
You can go ahead.
All in on 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on, don't be shy.
So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Madam Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We have quite a few this evening. Recognizing April 24th, 2026 as National Arbor Day, recognizing the week of April 19th to the 25th as National Library Week, recognizing the month of April 2026 as National Poetry Month, as well as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, recognizing the month of April and May 2026 as Affordable Fair Housing Month, and recognizing May 2026 as Water Awareness Month. And Mayor and City Council, we have a couple of representatives to accept. For National Library Week, we do have a representative. They could step forward at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Appreciate that. My name is Joe Pertel. I'm a library service manager here in Anaheim. And I just want to remind us all that libraries are the special sauce of our community. Yeah, we got the books, all the books. We've got the well-trained staff that connects our residents to our resources. But what we really enjoy doing is creating out-of-the-box programs, things that really connect people to people, that give opportunities for wonder and discovery. Some of these programs are very large, like our 9th annual Anacon coming up this May 16th, that brings together creatives like writers and illustrators all around anime and comics, family-friendly fun. That's a lot of free, good stuff. We also have some small programs that happen every week, things like Stay and Play. Stay and Play, where parents bring their small children and they have an opportunity to socialize and have fun together, get to play with developmentally appropriate toys and maybe learn some new experiences, practice fine motor skills, or outside in our safe and welcoming outdoor space, gross motor skills and run around and have some fun. These are all opportunities for parents to meet parents, for children to meet children, to learn how to share, and even children learn how to share too. The parents get to make friends and connections. And I'll end with open mic night, which is kind of our quintessential, I would call it, community library program, where it brings together people in a safe and welcoming space where they get to creatively share what they've thought of or composed. And then, you know, when you have your successes, they're applauded, and they get to talk to each other afterwards. So these are some of the ways that the Anaheim Public Library connects people together. That's the special sauce. And I just want to say thank you very much on behalf of Anaheim Public Library for supporting us this week and every week. Thank you.
Our next representative for National Poetry Month.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. In recognition of National Poetry Month, I'm pleased to introduce our Poet Laureate, Camille Hernandez. After serving from 2024 to 2026, she has been selected again for the 2026 to 2028 term through a competitive application and interview process led by a subcommittee and the Cultural and Heritage Commission. Please join me in welcoming Camille to the podium to share a few words and to recite a poem.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and our city council members. I'm Camille. You have seen my face a lot. Surprise. A few years ago, I took a poetry class and I heard this quote from an author that has really guided my time as Anaheim's Poet Laureate. And he said, "I am not a literary activist because I am a writer. I am a literary activist because I am a reader. And reading flexes the great muscle of empathy, which powers all civilizations." And so I have used that as my fuel during my last 2 years. And in doing so, Anaheim has gotten the opportunity to flex some amazing literary arts programming. We have a 500% increase in local engagement of literary arts and a 215% increase in the Anaheim Poetry Review submissions. And we also have an annual poetry event at Museo where we partner visual arts with literary arts and also create zines from that event so we can publish the work of local artists. And then I also get the opportunity to partner with our Anaheim Public Library to create so many events because I am the daughter of an immigrant, and having a crafty immigrant mom meant I spent a lot of time at the library, and I want to provide that same care for our community that I received from my own childhood. And these examples just show how important it is for us to fund and support public arts and literary arts and really have literacy be a cornerstone in our city. I wrote a small poem after I was at Brookhurst Park with my children. Councilmember Balias, we're waiting on that water park to happen there, just FYI. And while we were there, there's a mural that my children absolutely love. It's right next to the baseball field, and it says Anaheim, City of Kindness. And they really hold true to that. They want to believe that this is a city of kindness, and I want it for them. And so I wrote this poem, it's very short, to honor what they want and to honor what I believe we can become. And so it is called City of Kindness. How do we build a foundation of kindness and let love illuminate what matters most? I am a cavity with no answers, yet I will still choose us, who strive to build a foundation of kindness, because choosing each other is our own genius, woven in every word, action, promise, and boast. We must build on this foundation of kindness and let love always illuminate what matters most. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, we have one more representing Water Awareness Month. They can step forward this time.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Thank you for your recognition of May as Water Awareness Month. My name is Eleanor Busito, and I am the Water Quality Laboratory Supervisor with Anaheim Public Utilities. After I received my degree from UC Merced in Biological Science, I obtained a grade 4 certification, which is the highest in my field, and I'm able to use my experience to support the Anaheim community. My team and I are responsible for performing water quality tests using collection points throughout the city, as well as collaborating with regional agencies to ensure that our water meets federal and state regulations. Water Awareness Month is an opportunity to engage with residents as well as local students to educate them on the importance of water, what we do to keep our water safe, and how we all have a role in conservation. This year, we will be hosting Stoddard Elementary students at Center Greens Park on Tuesday, May 19th from 9 a.m. to noon to interact with our employees and showcase the variety of careers in the water industry. We invite Anaheim residents to join us that same day from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. For more information about ways to save water quality and capital projects, we invite everyone to visit anaheim.net/water services. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you say that was May 19th?
Correct.
Thank you. So I will now call to order the Anaheim Public Financing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor and City Council, we have two this evening. Item number 21 is a second amendment to the agreement with Muni Services. Staff has requested to remove that item from tonight's agenda, and they will bring back at a later date. And the second item, Mayor, is item number 23, which is an item related to the successor MOUs with the IBEW. Staff is requesting to remove that from tonight's meeting and continue it to our next meeting on May 5th, 2026.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Now is our time for public comment. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first three speakers addressing the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be open at the end of council business only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information that is requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to introduce our interpreter, stating that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled City Council meeting. And at this time, our interpreter will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al Consejo. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:55 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:25 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. The first 3 speakers, if they can please step forward at this time, Erica Nguyen, R. Joshua Collins, and Bumaro Vicente.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council members, city staff. My name is Erica Miller Nguyen. I'm proudly serving as our chair of the Cultural and Heritage Commission. It has been an honor to be a part of the nomination and approval process for our Poet Laureate, Camille, and we are so proud that she will continue her work over these next 2 years. We also can't wait to see what she has in store for us. I also want to thank you for declaring April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. In fact, today, April 21st, is Arts Advocacy Day, and it's celebrating the 50th anniversary of the California Arts Council. So today is a very special day for that. So thank you. It really means quite a lot to all of us. And I'm also a founding member of Chance Theater, Anaheim's resident theater company. The Chance has been a cornerstone for the arts in Anaheim for over 26 years, fostering storytelling, arts education, and accessibility through our programs like Speak Up, our Veteran Storytelling Project, and Pay What You Can tickets. We just closed our production of The Messenger, which was an inspiring play based on the true testimony of a Hungarian Holocaust survivor, Georgia Gabor. We were so proud of this production and thrilled to host family members of the late Mrs. Gabor. Starting May 1st, we'll have the Orange County premiere of Sanctuary City from Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Martina Mayok, directed by Chance Theater founding executive artistic director An Nguyen. It's a play set during the aftermath of 9/11, where 2 teenagers navigate love and identity while grappling with the threat of losing everything. The LA Times says, "No one who cares about contemporary American drama should miss this play." And in July, Jagged Little Pill, Alanis Morissette's iconic songs will take flight in this contemporary musical about family, secrets, and the raw, messy beauty of being human. Laugh, cry, relive the songs that defined a generation, definitely my generation. And so we hope we'll see you then. Our Chance Conservatory classes are open now, and we are introducing the Chance Choir. There'll be a performance at the Betty Aitken Theater Arts Center later this summer. There's no tryouts, no pressure. We hope that we'll see some of you possibly there. And May 11th is the Orange County Theater Guild Awards. They will take place at the Segerstrom Center of the Arts, and it celebrates excellence in local theater. Chance Theater leads with 47 nominations, the highest of any company. We are proud to represent. And please go to chancetheater.com for tickets, more info. We hope to see you soon. Thank you all for your time, for your leadership, and for your dedication and support of the arts here in Anaheim. Thank you.
And who are your special visitors with us today, Erica?
Yes, my kids were working very hard to stay quiet.
Our next three speakers are Joshua Collins, Bulmara Vicente, and Steph.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. First, I want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, from our sins, to give us everlasting life and hope that only He can give. Only Jesus saves. We must be born again. I also want to talk about item number 22. It's an agreement regarding psychological evaluations for the Anaheim Police Department. And I think that that's a great thing to have these evaluations done. My question is, have they been used before? Is this the same psychologist that was used back in maybe between 2013 to 2023? Because during that time, Black residents were 10.8 times more likely to be killed than Caucasian residents. Latino 1.3 times more likely. But my question is, I'm not sure how new they are. Is this a new psychologist that you're using? So important, though, to have a good one. Are the evaluations going to protect the public from unstable officers? So important. Are they effective at recognizing racism in those about to be hired? Very important. Now, we also look here at between 2003 and 2016, those years, 33 were killed by police. The vast majority were Black and Latino. 37% were unarmed. Also, we can look at 63% of the arrests are for low offenses, like not serious things. Well, the Blacks are 2.5 times more likely to be stopped or arrested for low-level offenses and nonviolent offenses than Caucasians in this city. So what's being done to make sure those types of things are changed? Or do we have a psychologist that's going to kind of deal with that issue? And also, Anaheim is the 9th out of 60 of the largest cities regarding rate of death during arrests. 9 out of the 60 largest cities. And also, between 2016 and 2022, there were 439 misconduct complaints. Only 9% were ruled in favor of citizens. I find it very hard to believe that 91% were unfounded. We need to also, of course, release the video for Alberto Arzalo regarding his unlawful killing as well. And for the homeless, please do something. We need more safe parking. We need walk-in shelters. Much more must be done to help them. As Jesus says, as you do to least of these, you do to him. And he basically warns us, if you just ignore the least, he's going to cast you into that lake of fire. So I want to encourage the council to do all they can to bring changes that need to happen in the city. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker. Following the speaker, we have Steph and Juanita Lopez and Matt Compton.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Bulmaro Vicente with Chispa. I'm here to speak in opposition to item 7, the expansion of the automatic license plate readers. As many of you know, this technology has faced scrutiny across the country for the ways data is shared, both intentionally and unintentionally, with federal agencies like ICE, sometimes without cities being fully aware. Because of this, cities across the state and country have begun reevaluating and ending contracts, for example, like Flock. At a time like this, it's critical that the council ask deeper questions and seriously reconsider expanding this technology. Anaheim has already had license plate readers in place for several years. So before any expansion, we should be asking, have there been audits of how this data is used and shared? What safeguards are truly in place? And has there been meaningful community input, especially for immigrant families who are most impacted? Over the past year, we've seen immigration enforcement in this city, and we appreciate the council's leadership in establishing the Legal Defense Fund and the Contigo Fund. But expanding surveillance infrastructure in this moment directly undermines those efforts. We should not be increasing the risk to families who are already vulnerable. We urge the council to pause, ask these critical questions, and reconsider this expansion. Lastly, we want to uplift the demands of the family of Albert Arzolo as they seek accountability and justice. No more killings of teens by Anaheim PD. We should be investing in our communities and not in surveillance. Thank you.
Our next speaker, followed by Juanita Lopez, Matt Compton, and David Polito.
Good evening, Council. As the previous speaker said, I'm here to speak against the item 7 on the agenda, and also to talk about Albert Arzola. 2 months ago, this council showed support for communities that are under attack from the Trump administration and ICE. So it is evident that the demographics of this area, including Anaheim, are largely made up of Chicanos and immigrants. These same communities and people continue to face attacks not only from ICE, but also from state forces such as police, who continue to murder community members without cause. We know it is wrong when ICE thugs come to tear families apart, so why is it so hard for this council to see that, how wrong it is for the police to kill members of our communities in cold blood and face no consequences? If this council and the mayor care about protecting the communities they are meant to serve, then it will also take action to materially support the family of Albert Arzola, who was unjustly murdered by Anaheim PD. We demand the release of the officer names as well as the autopsy of Albert, which has been withheld. His family deserves justice, and this community deserves change to feel safe in their own neighborhoods, and not only from ICE, but also from police as well. And then we are also demanding that the council say no to surveillance via the automatic license plate reader that is being introduced. This will only help and hasten the kidnappings of community members by ICE. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Juanita Lopez. We're bringing forward.
Good evening. My name is Juanita Lopez, and the grandmother of Albert Arzola. I feel bad in her because the policeman shot my grandson in the back, and I would like to know what his name is and why did he do that to my grandson. I want justice for my grandson. I don't know why he killed my grandson. I love him, I miss him. I miss him all the time because I can't see him, I can't talk to him or nothing anymore. I just feel so hurt about him. And that's all.
Our next speaker, Matt Compton, followed by David Polito.
Hello, my name is Matt. I'm here as a member of CSO's Police Accountability Committee. I'm here to demand that the 911 call and the names of the officers who killed Albert Arzola be released immediately. Albert was only 19 years old. Currently, I'm 24, which is still very young, and I could not imagine having my life stolen from me at my age, let alone 5 years ago when I was only 19. Albert recently graduated high school and was a hard worker. He didn't deserve to die. As stated by Albert's cousin, Ariana Avalos, back on March 24th in this very room, it's $9.98 for graffiti removal. Albert's life is worth much more than $9.98. The Arzola family and Albert's friends and loved ones have been coming here for months. Yet for some reason, they still do not know the names of the officers who took the life of their son, cousin, brother, and friend. My simple question is why? It is the bare minimum Anaheim PD can do after taking a life. My follow-up question is for the chief, and since I can't really see him in this room, those of you who are bought out by Anaheim PD can relay this to him. If it was your son, your brother, your cousin, or your nephew whose life was taken, wouldn't you want to know who took their life? It's a simple question with a simple answer. We will not stop until we get that answer. We will not stop until the officers responsible are fired and put behind a jail cell. If they were normal, everyday citizens, they would already be there. If they were working-class Chicanos, they would already be there. Yet they're not. Yet the Anaheim Police Department, just like every other department in this country, insists on protecting killers. Anaheim PD insists on continuing the trend of working-class Chicanos being over-policed, over-brutalized, and killed. Albert is not the first, and sadly will probably not be the last. Abigail Lopez, Robert Marino, Martin Hernandez. These are just a small few of those killed by Anaheim PD. Even though many of these killings happened before the current chief, Manny Sid, took the position, much of that same culture still exists. Anaheim PD is harassing the Arzola family, flashing their lights at their house, scaring children, and trying to intimidate them. Is this really what you want for your force, chief? Are you just going to continue killing Chicanos? Are you even attempting to prove anything, or are you just going to sit back and relax like a coward? If you actually want to do something, then release the 911 call. Release the officer names, hold them accountable for once, fire them, and put them in jail. Also want to speak against the expansion of automatic license plate readers. As I stated earlier, working-class Chicanos will just be brutalized even more with the expansion of this infrastructure. I'm going to end my comment with demanding that Anaheim PD Chief Manny Sid fire the officers responsible for killing Albert. I demand that you release the 911 call and tell the family the officer names. Justice for Albert Arzola and justice for all of those harmed by Anaheim police.
Our next speaker, David Polito, followed by Adelaide Carrillo and Christine Lopez.
My name is David Polito. I'm a member of Community Service Organization Orange County. I'm here once again to demand justice for Albert Arzola. On December 6th, 2 officers in an unmarked car stalked Albert and 3 young Chicanos and chased them towards his home. One dragged him backwards and shot him to death on his own lawn, forcing his family to watch. This was a racist killing. When police say Chicanos were killed because they lived in an area with a history of gang-related activity, that is a racist excuse that has been used always to strip away their rights. It's the same excuse that Anaheim PD used to stalk and kill 22-year-old Marcel Ceja in 2011. It's the same excuse it used to stalk and kill 22-year-old Joel Acevedo in 2012. Police also use gang-related to smear the character of victims like Albert and create a narrative that justifies their crimes. The public hears that and they assume the worst, and it's not right. Meanwhile, Anaheim refuses to release the name of the officer who actually killed Albert. The release of the name is a very basic demand for accountability. It's common for departments like even LAPD to release officer names after killings within days. So this city has claimed that releasing the officer's name may endanger his safety in light of threats made to the public. This is just a shameless attempt to dodge accountability because there was no specific threat. There was no specific threat produced. You just produced that vague insinuation of a threat and completely dodged that. Meanwhile, police are actually harassing the family of Albert, just like they've harassed families for decades. The real danger to our safety are killer cops and the ones who protect them, not the public. You are hiding the identity of Albert's killer. You are hiding the fact that Anaheim PD right now is filled with killers. The officer who killed Marcel Ceja in 2011 is still on the force. His name is David Garcia. The officers who killed Fermin Vincent Valenzuela are still on the force. Their names are Woojin Jun and Daniel Wolf. The officer who killed Joel Acevedo in 2012 and Cesar Cruz in 2009, he is still on the force. His name is Kelly Phillips. I know this because CSO recently secured the updated rosters for Anaheim PD, so it's clear that you guys are hiding. Your city is hiding these killers, not identifying these killers, and we refuse to accept that. That's not okay. For decades, Anaheim and its police have stood in the way of justice for families. That's why CSO fights for community control of the police. We have to build our own power to hold police accountable. Your police review board was just a start, and it didn't go far enough. We need a democratically elected commission with the power to discipline and fire killer cops. We demand the officer's name immediately. Justice for Albert Arzola. Justice for Fermin Vincent Valenzuela.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Justice for Joey Acevedo.
Our next speaker, please. Following the speaker, we have Christine Lopez, Leslie Lopez, and Rosie Camacho.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here today to speak on the murder of Albert Arzola. On December 15, 2025, your police department held what can only be described as a poor excuse for a community meeting. During that meeting, your public information officer, Matthew Sutter, stated that there were no calls for service the night Albert was killed. The officers were simply on a gang suppression patrol. But we all know what these patrols have become, a tool used to target, discriminate against, and harass people in underserved communities under the label of proactive policing. And because of that, officers made contact with Albert without any legitimate reason. The excuse given was tagging, yet the surveillance video released by Anaheim PD clearly shows Albert standing in the middle of the street, not tagging anything. I want to speak from a place of knowledge and responsibility. I am pro-Second Amendment, I own firearms, I've completed firearm safety training, and the very first rule you learn, the rule that's drilled into your head from day one is you never draw your firearm unless your life is in immediate and imminent danger. The second rule is trigger discipline. Your finger stays off the trigger until you have assessed the situation and made a conscious decision to fire. Officers receive the same training. They know these rules. So why did your officer jump out of his car with his gun already drawn, finger already on the trigger, ready to fire before assessing anything? So why did your office, in the video we see Albert trying to retreat, trying to get out, trying to get to the only place that felt safe to him. There was no threat to the officers, no danger. Yet Albert lost his life because an officer displayed poor training, poor trigger discipline, and poor judgment. And months later, there has still been no accountability. Let me be very clear. If I as a civilian did the exact same thing these officers did without a badge and without swearing an oath to uphold the Constitution, I would be in jail for murder. That double standard destroys trust, it destroys legitimacy, it destroys any sense of justice. I also want to share something personal. I grew up wanting to be a police officer. I wanted to join gang unit as well, but that changed when I started getting harassed by those same units in Los Angeles using the same exact tactics we're seeing here. I've been unlawfully detained. I've had my car unlawfully searched. I've had spotlights shine in my face. I've been harassed more times than I can count. And I'm a 3.8 GPA social work student. If this is how you treat people who are doing everything right, imagine how you treat people you've already labeled as suspects. And even after Albert's death, the harassment hasn't stopped. His family's still being targeted. There's video evidence of the officers doing this, videos that have been sent directly to the chief, and nothing has been done. The family has received no transparency, no accountability, and no meaningful communication. So I want to ask this council, how do you expect this family to trust you? How do you expect the community to trust you? How do you expect this family to heal? Their son, cousin, boyfriend, brother, and uncle was killed. Was that not enough damage and trauma? Albert deserved to live. His family deserves answers, and this community deserves a police department that protects life instead of taking it. The time for silence is over. It's time for this city to finally do what is right. Justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker. Following this next speaker, have Leslie Lopez and Rosie Camacho.
Good evening, council and mayor. I'm here today as a family member of Albert Arzola, who is demanding full transparency and accountability in his unjustified death by a gang unit officer. The officer withdrew his gun upon exiting his vehicle for an apparent graffiti incident that Albert did not do. Albert did not deserve this. He had arrived from work at the Honda Center and stepped foot into his home. Police policy requires an investigation for supposed property damage, gathering all the evidence before drawing a conclusion. Graffiti does not warrant a death sentence. Officers should know how to investigate and de-escalate these matters. Otherwise, they should not be on our streets. This is a liability to the city and an outcry to follow safety practices of our officers who are sworn to protect and serve. Albert was not violent or was not a threat to anyone. I don't think the city taxpayers want to pay a large sums of for officer misconduct. My nephew should be alive today. We ask that you take the necessary steps to reassure your communities that you take these matters seriously. Release the police officers' names and the autopsy as required by California law. As far as the Anaheim Police Review Board goes, there are currently vacancies for District 1 and District 6. Why? How long have these appointments been vacant? What efforts have you made to seek candidates to fill these positions? If it's based on a lottery system, perhaps reviewing the protocol for selection can help ensure a complete review board. Albert graduated from Catella High School, born and raised in Anaheim, attended Anaheim Public Schools. He loved everything about Anaheim, including the Anaheim Ducks and the Anaheim Angels, to the point that he has a tattoo, the iconic Anaheim Angel wing, on the front of his hand. He aspired to pursue a career in culinary arts. He was loved by so many, and we all are demanding full transparency and accountability for Albert.
Our next speaker, Leslie Lopez. Following Leslie Lopez, we have Rosie Camacho and Pearl Arzola.
Hello, my name is Leslie Lopez, and I'm here to talk about Agenda 18. I have a lot of families with disabilities, and they've been wanting to come and speak on behalf of my cousin Albert, but they haven't been able to because there's no accessibility. My grandma's unable to walk down here, and I have family members that've been wanting to come. But also, I want to emphasize that I'm here in support of my cousin Albert Arzola, who was killed by Anaheim Police Department on December 6th. When I got that call that night, I didn't know what to do first, drive as fast as I could or slow down. In my mind, slowing down meant that there was still a chance that it wasn't true. My cousin would still be alive, but I didn't slow down. I drove as fast as I could because I know I needed to be there. When I arrived, I was met by an officer who told me if I didn't back up, she would use force, as if enough force wasn't used that night. It's hard for me to understand the danger the police officer believed that he was in if my cousin was running into his house with his back turned to them. He wasn't threatening anyone, yet he was still pulled back and shot. Nothing could ever bring my cousin back. Since then, my family has leaned into our faith and grown closer to God. I had the privilege of being at the Vatican in Rome during Holy Week. This experience gave me hope that justice would be served. A mass was given in the name of my cousin Albert Arzola. I was even able to shake the Pope's hand. And one of the things I asked for him to do was to pray for my cousin who was killed by Anaheim Police Department. Today, I ask that you listen to the community, that you hold each other accountable, and I ask that you organize another community meeting to inform and update the public. Because people are living in fear. They feel that they're being harassed because they just live in that neighborhood, and they worry that their son or daughter could be the next to be murdered. My cousin had a long life ahead of him, and it was cut short due to Anaheim Police untrained reactive officers. The hardest choice I've ever made till this day was what color casket to buy my cousin. We deserve answers, accountability, and change for all those who live in Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Rosie Camacho, followed by Pearl Arzola and Grace Arzola.
December 6th will never be the same. Taking my son right in front of my lawn, in my own eyes, talking to my son, telling him that everything was gonna be okay. The people that were supposed to take care of him murdered him. They murdered my son right in front of my eyes. And you want me to trust them? I can't even trust them. They just stopped my cousin. They stopped him down the street because he had tinted windows. For what reason? They didn't even give him a ticket. because he was coming out of my residence. He was coming out of my residence today to come to the city council. Now he can't even come because he was threatened by a cop. The cop, all he did was put his hands next to his, right, wherever he had his gun to shoot him. That's what they do. They want to shoot us. That's all they do. They pass through my house and want to shoot and harass us. That's not right. That's not right. I want justice for my son. I want accountability. I want to know what's going on. I want to know, I want answers. That's what I want. I want the chief of police to come and talk to us and tell us what's the update. What's going on with this case, with this matter? All we're doing is nothing, going around in circles and having cops harass me, harass my house. Isn't that enough? I'm grieving every day that my son is not here. How about they take your kid, your grandkid, any of your family? You'll be doing the same thing. I'm done with this. I need accountability. I need to know who shot my son. I bet you he's still in the police force doing his job, trying to kill the next person, just like the 14-year-old, the 70-year-old that they killed and they harassed. Huh? Alberto, 70 years old, Andrew, 14. Huh? Then went behind his vehicle. The person, 19-year-old, lost control. Why? Because Anaheim PD provoked it. They provoked it. This needs to stop. As a mother, as a grandma, I don't need to be here. I've been living here for over 35 years, and nothing has changed. It's the same thing going back and forth, back, and there's no accountability.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Justice for my son, Alberto Arzola.
Calling us police officers. That's why we want to change the name of that fucking school. Calling us. What? That's right, you heard. Now shut up, you're white. What do you know? You ain't brown. What do you know? You got white privilege, bro. Shut up. You ain't Turk, go back to your...
Sir, please, when your time is, you're going to share your thoughts when your time is here. It's her time right now, but please be respectful to her time.
Hello. So I just seen that on your guys' public agenda that you guys want more surveillance, but we don't need more surveillance on the streets. What we need is less policing. What we need is for you guys to be more in control of your guys' police than anything. You guys, with the surveillance that you guys are claiming you guys need, doesn't help anybody. You know how many cars get stolen in Anaheim, and do you guys actually help them recover those cars? Because you guys don't with the cameras. You guys just want the cameras to watch us, and that's all you guys do. All you guys do is watch us, and we can't even watch you guys, because if we watch you guys, then it'll be a threat. There was an article that was released, and they said that we are threatening the Anaheim police. But how are we threatening you guys? All we are demanding is justice. Justice for my brother is not a threat to you guys. You guys have guns. We don't have guns, and you guys could easily look all of us up. We do not have guns. We are not even registered gun owners. But you guys all, just because you guys are a cop doesn't mean that you guys should even have a gun. You guys do not go through screening for mental health, and I'm pretty sure those cops that you guys have in your academy all have mental health issues, but you guys don't take the time to screen them for anything. my cousin was fixing the candles that we have outside, and the cops just laughed at them. What if we laugh at your guys' cops that got killed? Would you guys have like that? No. Like, you guys just think that this is just us telling you guys and we're angry. Yeah, we are angry, but we also want accountability, and you guys are not giving us accountability at all. You guys are giving us no answers. You guys are giving us nothing. All you guys are giving us is blank stares and your cops harassing us. We can't even do anything. The community, there was someone that got shot, I would say a few blocks from my house, and luckily the police responded, but it was 4 hours for a standby. Nobody was in that house, by the way, and all the cops were doing was eating donuts, and I'm being very honest. They were eating donuts, drinking coffee, and eating nuts, and they were not doing anything. And the drones that they supposedly got, there was nobody in the house. So you guys wasted 4 hours of our taxpayers' time for nothing. For you guys just to be like, oh, it's a standoff.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
What standoff were you guys having inside the house when there was no one inside the house? The victim was outside. Everybody fled.
Our next speaker, Grace Arzola.
Hi, I'm Grace Arzola. I'm the aunt of Albert. It's been an emotional night, to say the least. I want to talk on Agenda 7, 18, but also the psychological, but I only have 3 minutes, so I'll do the best I can. I think it's important that you guys understand we don't need more surveillance, and we don't know how those cameras are going to be used, because right now you guys said it's going to be used for this, until you guys get a court order, and you guys have to hand it over to ICE. You have to be careful. We're here and we talk to you guys, and you guys are supposed to listen to us, but you guys don't listen to us. You guys didn't listen to the people on the festival project. You guys voted to approve that. You guys don't listen to our demands to release the information, or at least the autopsy of Albert. And I'm tired of hearing that the county has control over it, because I've called over there and they just pin it back to you guys. I think it's really important to make sure that the firm you guys are hiring for the psychological evaluations is a correct one. I think it has to be a competitive process, that you guys have to interview several people, not just one person, because whoever you guys have is not working. Because there seems to be a systematic change. And you guys are worried about surveillance. Are you guys aware that the other officer that was on the call when my nephew got killed, his camera wasn't on? His camera turned on after the shooting. And you guys want to surveil our license plates when your officers can't even turn on their camera, even though they're supposed to per regulation, but his camera wasn't on. And guess what? All we see is the camera of the guy that shot, but we don't see no other angle, the one that shot him. Why wasn't the other person's camera on? And if he's still on the books and working, why hasn't he been fired? That is something so crucial. That's why you guys gave them those cameras, to show that transparency of the whole incident. But in the most important moment, when you guys take someone's life away, his camera was off, and you guys now want to put us under surveillance for license plate? This is a joke. So he got killed at 9:32, and as a lifetime resident of Anaheim, on Sunday I was here, and the Disney fireworks were going on, and it just dawned on me that my nephew sat on the ground, losing his life. And less than a mile away, you guys had fireworks. And just the comparison of the difference that less than a mile makes and the way we get treated. We want accountability. Don't surveil us. Hold your police accountable. I've said it 100 times. We are not anti-police. We are not. We are pro-police. We are pro-helping out the community, but we are also pro-accountability. And you guys, it's time for you guys to put accountability.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I'm almost done. Accountability before you put your political ambition in front of to do what's right. Do what's right.
Our next speaker, followed by G. Price and Mike Herbert.
With respect to the Arzola family, I'm going to move to another issue of transparency in Anaheim. I want to begin by acknowledging the city's repeated statements that Anaheim's water is safe, most recently in social media videos posted by the city. I assure you the residents of Anaheim want that to be true. But public confidence is not built on social media videos and assurances alone. It's built on transparency and trust, both of which are at risk today in Anaheim. Tonight, the city has an opportunity to demonstrate transparency in its presentation regarding water quality. I imagine this presentation will have a lot of information about how Anaheim's water is very safe and the water undergoes consistent testing and that flushing out of fire hydrants is common and Anaheim residents have nothing to worry about. Most residents are not experts in the field of water quality and safety protocols, so we rely on the experts at the city, state, and federal agencies to provide accurate information about our drinking water. We are here today to ensure the discussion isn't just propaganda. We hope the presentation isn't going to be filled with pretty pictures of clean water. What the residents need to know is when and why decisions were made. Public records indicate that the state notified the city in December of 2025 that well 51, serving the West Anaheim area where I live, had a PFAS concentration of 6.2 parts per trillion, well above the 4 part per trillion notification level. Now, parts per trillion is like a small drop in a swimming pool, but PFAS is toxic even at those concentrations, and it accumulates in your body over time. How toxic is it? It can cause immune system suppression, thyroid disruption, liver damage, reproductive complications, and increased risk of kidney and testicular cancer. As required by state law, Anaheim Public Utilities notified the Anaheim City Council on February 17, 2026, that well 51 was shut down. My first question is, why did it take 58 days to shut down the well and notify the City Council? Clearly, the city determined shutting down the well was necessary for the safety of Anaheim residents, but why wasn't the well shut down in December or January? Why wait? Even more concerning is that there are also records that indicate the well wasn't actually shut down until March 6th, 2026, 17 days after notification of closure to City Council and 74 days after the state notified the city of the forever chemicals in the city's drinking water. If the public is being kept in the dark, then every future assurance becomes harder to trust, and the issue is no longer just about water quality, it's about credibility, and credibility matters. Thank you.
Our next speaker, G. Price, followed by Mark Herbert.
Good evening. The issue comes down to 3 dates: when PFAS contamination was detected, when the state was notified, and when well 51 was actually taken offline. These 3 dates are critical in determining whether the public received timely and accurate information. The state was notified in late December that PFAS levels at well 51 exceeded the notification threshold, yet the well appears to have remained in service until early March. That's 74 days later. Residents have been told the well was taken offline around February 17th, but city records indicate it continued to operate beyond that date. It's a matter of simple dates, and dates don't change. If both February and March appear in the record, the public deserves to know which one reflects their reality and why they were told something different. Beyond the timeline, there was a larger question. The city has previously taken other wells offline due to PFAS concerns. This is not a new situation, and there is already an established approach to responding. What was different here? What factors led to the decision to continue to operate for more than 2 months when more immediate action has been taken in other cases? If there were operational constraints, blending strategies, or system limitations, those should clearly be explained. If it was a discretionary decision, then the public deserves to understand the reasoning behind it, especially given the known risks associated with exposure over time. So tonight I ask that you please provide a clear and documented timeline for Well 51, and please explain the decision-making process that led to the delay in taking the well offline. When timelines don't align and decisions aren't explained, the issue is no longer just water quality. It becomes a question of whether the public can trust the information they're being given. And confidence in our water depends not only on safety, but on transparency and consistency.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. Does the city's water sampling reflect normal system conditions or ideal ones? Anaheim says its water is safe. These assurances rely on water compliance sampling. The validity of those results are rooted in one principle, that the water samples taken represent the water residents receive every day, not the ideal conditions that are optimized before testing. The gap is growing between what the city tells residents and what residents are experiencing. Residents are reporting inconsistent water quality, discoloration, and strong chlorine odors. Whether these issues are temporary, localized, or systematic, they raise a fundamental question. Do the water compliance samples reflect what residents are really experiencing at their taps or something different? Residents are requesting transparency. Residents are requesting clarity in the city's sampling protocols, specifically as they relate to the system flushing. 1, does the city conduct hydrant flushing before or after compliance sampling? 2, if so, under what conditions? 3, are those activities disclosed when the results are presented to the public or to the council? 4, if not, why not? Reasonable concerns are raised if operational activities like flushing occur immediately before the sampling. Are those samples capturing normal day-to-day water quality or instead temporarily improved conditions? This is not an accusation, it is a request for transparency. If the system is operating properly, then the sampling methodology should stand up to scrutiny and it should be clearly explained. Has the State Water Board reviewed these practices? If flushing occurs between tests, does the State Water Board consider them representative of the typical system conditions? The issue is trust. I repeat, the issue is trust. If sampling reflects ideal conditions instead of typical conditions, then safe becomes a moving target. Residents are not asking for best-case scenarios. Residents are asking for an accurate picture of what comes out of their taps every day. And I'd like to support the Arzola family, and I'd like to encourage anybody who has information on the killing of Albert Arzola to contact James Simone, the lawyer for the Arzola family.
Our next speaker, followed by Dave Duran and Tanya Navarro.
What we are hearing tonight is not just a technical discussion, it is a matter of public trust. Residents are being asked to rely on repeated assurances that their water is safe. But when timelines don't align, when operational details are unclear, and when reasonable questions go unanswered, that trust erodes. So I want to be clear about what is being requested tonight. We are asking the city's presentation to directly address the discrepancy between the February and March Well 51 shutdown dates, the decision not to take the well offline immediately after the state's December notification, and whether operational practices such as flushing may influence sampling results, including whether normal flushing times are 5 minutes rather than the 30 to 60 minutes residents have reported, and whether these practices are reviewed by anyone outside the city of Anaheim. These are not extreme questions, they are reasonable and they deserve direct answers. Because when the information provided to the public does not fully align with regulatory data, it creates doubt, intentional or not. And once doubt is introduced, the burden shifts back to the city to provide clarity. There is a broader concern. Residents are reporting chlorine odors, discoloration, and inconsistent water quality while being told the water is safe. Are these complaints being recorded and tracked? Is that information available to the public? The gap between official messaging and lived experience is exactly why these questions matter. Claims of safety rely on testing, but testing only builds trust if it reflects normal conditions. So we are asking a straightforward question. Do sampling results reflect what residents actually experience at the tap or conditions influenced by system practices like flushing? And just as importantly, has the state reviewed those practices to confirm they are representative, or are they simply accepting what they are told while residents' concerns go unaddressed? If testing reflects best case conditions instead of typical conditions, then the water isn't safe in any meaningful sense. Here is the bottom line. If the water is safe, the data should be consistent. If the process is sound, it should be transparent. And if the city is confident in both, then these questions should be answered easily, clearly, directly, and on the record. Repeating the water is safe is not enough. Holding up water bottles is not enough. Posting videos on social media is not enough. Provide a presentation that shows the proof, not pretty photos and charts.
In case the public didn't get a chance to hear and or attend the March 24th City Council meeting, I believe it's important to listen to what the mayor is telling the public.
Safest drinking water around. And if you are in a low-income neighborhood, or if you are like most people out there today trying to make ends meet, please do not spend money on expensive bottled water when you have the safest drinking water coming right out of your tap. And we are very proud of that. So thank you, but let's not scare neighborhoods.
That's the mayor of the city of Anaheim telling the public everything is okay. And thanks to tonight's last few speakers, the mayor and the council have again learned that there are residents of this city that have been sounding an alarm of critical importance because the mayor and the council have again failed to do so. So tonight I want to document and let the public know that they should seriously consider having their Anaheim tap water tested for their personal safety, the safety of their family, their pets, and or their employees, since it's evident that Anaheim officials have failed to properly take the necessary actions, which are probably required by law, to immediately notify its residents while taking the required actions to immediately mitigate imminent and or potential harm to the public. I'm asking the Anaheim residents, Anaheim business owners, and Anaheim employees to save and call this phone number to help make sure that your drinking water is safe. For more information and or to share your concerns, please call the EPA directly. Safe Drinking Water Hotline at 1-800-426-4791. Again, that number is 1-800-426-4791. Please call to make sure your water is safe. On December 5th, 2025, USA Today reported that analysis of the records shows water utilities in Anaheim has joined 944 systems scattered across the country that have also failed to meet the EPA standards. The summary report stated, on average, the PFOS was measured 4.5 times over the limit at well 47. Altogether, testing detected 7 chemicals at 12 locations. The highest single measurement was 7.3
Mr. Duran, your time
times
is up.
over the limit. There's so much more.
Sir, I'm sorry, your
But
time is up.
it will be shared next month
Thank you, sir. Your
under
time is
Water
up.
Awareness Month.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tanya Navarro, followed by Kelsey Gordon. Tanya Navarro.
Hello, Anaheim City Council. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm the organizing director with CHISPA. I'm here to urge the City Council to reject this proposal and expanding the automated license plate reader system program by purchasing 72 additional cameras. And before I begin, I want to uplift and join the demands of the family of Albert Arzola, who was unjustly murdered by Anaheim PD. This is not science fiction. Abuse of these systems will result in irreparable damage to our communities. This will impact every single resident and every single person traveling through the area. Before expanding these technologies, this council must confront the reality that the current tools that the PD have already been abused and have already caused harm. Expanding surveillance without accountability does not create safety. It deepens the conditions for that harm to continue. Anaheim claims that to be a welcoming city, but this expansion of surveillance technology gives a new meaning to that name. Anaheim is welcoming ICE enforcement to their residents' data. Anaheim is welcoming private data brokers to sell every single resident's data to the highest bidder. The Anaheim Police Department's 2025 policy manual, specifically Policy 427, makes it clear that ALPR data may be shared with the Department of Homeland Security. In the current context of the escalating immigration enforcement, expanding this system is not only concerning, but it's deeply, deeply irresponsible. Before any expansion is considered, there must be accountability. And I'm asking this council to require a publicly released comprehensive audit of their current ALPR system. According to the city's own policies, the audit should already exist. The public deserves clear answers. How often are these cameras used? How many cases have they meaningfully contributed to solving? Who is accessing this data, and what safeguards are in place to prevent misuse? Without this information, there is no basis to justify any expansion. Equally as important is community input. This decision is being advanced without any meaningful engagement, particularly from immigrant families and communities of color who will be most impacted by surveillance. A system of this scale, one that continuously collects and stores data on people's movements, requires informed public consent, not silence or exclusion from the process. We must also be honest about the broader implications. This proposal represents a significant expansion of surveillance infrastructure, not just in Anaheim, but across the region. These systems create long-term databases of movement, raising concerns about privacy, civil liberties, data sharing, and creators of this technology have spoken openly about their intentions to prioritize data mining over public safety. This technology was never created with public safety in mind, but instead profit. I demand that the Anaheim City Council reject this proposal, pause this vote, and commit to transparency, accountability, and meaningful community engagement before moving forward.
Our next speaker, Kelsey Gordon, followed by Gustavo Castillo.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Gordon, and I am an Anaheim resident in Councilmember Rubalcava's district. I'm here today to respectfully urge the Anaheim City Council to reject item 7, which would authorize over $700,000 to increase surveillance in Anaheim and across the region by purchasing 72 additional cameras for the automated license plate readers program. ALPR systems continuously scan and collect data on vehicles and their locations, creating tracking patterns of movement over time. Expanding this system by adding dozens more cameras increases the scale and reach of that surveillance dramatically without any clear or public evidence that it will meaningfully improve safety outcomes. ALPR systems also historically enable data sharing across jurisdictions, meaning that this data does not stay local and creates pathways for access for federal agencies like ICE and Border Patrol. Even when cities say they do not directly share data with ICE, the reality is that third-party vendors are often involved. Regional data sharing platforms exist, And there are well-documented cases where outside agencies have gained indirect access, including in Southern California. This is not just about local policing, it is about building infrastructure that can and has been illegally used to kidnap and disappear our friends and neighbors. This expansion directly contradicts the commitment Anaheim made to support immigrant communities just last month through the Anaheim Contigo Fund and the Legal Defense Fund. The city may not intend this harm, but that doesn't matter when the fact that is that it will harmfully impact our communities. As a part of the OC Rapid Response Network, we do see this surveillance, we see the harm of surveillance layered on top of daily attacks immigrant communities already face. Families navigate fear not just from federal agents, but from systems that quietly track their movements and create uncertainty about who may have access to their information. This does not create safety. If we are serious about safety, we should be investigating in strategies that build long-term safety and stability, like community-based violence prevention, youth programs, mental health services, and neighborhood-level support systems. So to summarize, I urge you to reject item 7 and do not approve the expansion of the ALPR program, and do pursue an independent public audit of the ALPR program with meaningful community input, and prioritize investments in community-based approaches to safety instead. Also want to support the family of Albert Arzola and their demands in response to his unjust murder.
Our next speaker, Gustavo Castillo.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Gustavo. I'm here with the Court. First off, I want to say justice for Albert Arzola. Release the police names. It's been 4 months since the murder. It's kind of dishumane and just shameful that the family is still here asking for questions and asking for transparency for something really simple. And then hearing the testimonies of the family members here tonight, it looks like the police system should be reevaluated, not given more technology to enforce more violence. So it's 2026, technology has advanced, but not in ways that serve the people. Instead, we see technology used to accelerate harm, expanding surveillance, enabling overreach, and disproportionately targeting marginalized communities. These tools are not neutral. They are being used to monitor, control, and in some cases, contribute to violence. We recognize the programs like Anaheim Contigo and the Anaheim Defense Fund are steps in the right direction towards protecting vulnerable communities. These efforts show that the city can invest in protecting communities without criminalizing them. But adding 72 license plate reader cameras is a step towards the wrong direction. This is not about safety. This is about expanding surveillance infrastructure. It raises questions like, why is this expansion necessary? Are existing resources not enough? And are we okay with were current surveillance tools even approved with full community consent? Once these systems are in place, the data can be shared, accessed, and misused across jurisdictions. If the data is used by agencies like ICE, the harm is immediate and irreversible. You cannot take back surveillance once it has been deployed. Expanding surveillance erodes trust in government. Residents should not feel like they're being watched every time they leave their homes. You cannot claim to protect communities while simultaneously monitoring them at this scale. Surveillance does not discriminate. It can and will be used against anyone. Power changes, leadership changes, but the systems remain. Today, it targets one group. Tomorrow, it can target anyone, regardless of their status, position, or background. We're normalizing a reality where constant monitoring replaces community trust, and that should alarm us all. Why are we being asked to accept this as normal? Why is this acceptable to invest in surveillance technology that communities did not ask for? And while so many residents are struggling to survive, people are living paycheck to paycheck, people are unhoused, families need support, yet resources are being directed towards systems that create fear and instead of stability. So why is Anaheim PD asking for more cameras? Why is public funding going to this? And why are we investing in surveillance instead of investing in people? I'm here with the coalition.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker, Marie Confinco, followed by Vern Nelson, Carla Navarro, and Sylvia Camacho.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here tonight to remind the city of Anaheim, to remind the council members and the mayor of the murder of my nephew, Fermin Vincent Valenzuela. My name is Marie Kofinko, and I am the aunt of Fermin Vincent Valenzuela. On July 2nd, 2016, Officers Daniel Wolf strangled my nephew to death with the help of Officer Wu Jin Jun under the supervision of Sergeant Daniel Gonzalez. During the trial, the officers testified that they could not recall having any formal training in applying the carotid hold. Sergeant Gonzalez supervised and gave instructions to Daniel Wolf, telling him to hold that choke, hold that choke, hold that choke. And you can hear that in the body cam footage. Sergeant Gonzalez also testified that he didn't recall whether his training covered how to determine if the carotid hold was being applied properly. Your officers also testified that they wouldn't change a thing if they would do it over and over again. They would do the same thing over and over again. Your officers used the deadly carotid chokehold on my nephew 4 times that day, which is against the training policies. A carotid hold must only be used 1 time in a 24-hour period. My family waited 3 years and 5 months to see some justice. During the trial, the jurors viewed the evidence on the body cams worn by the officers. Were able to see the jurors were able to see the truth, something that we knew all along. The jurors saw and heard my nephew beg for his life. Asking for help 12 times, telling the officers that he couldn't breathe. 6 times they tortured him until he took his last breath. The jurors were able to see through the Anaheim attorneys and police officers' lies and attempt cover-ups, and found the officers violated my nephew's civil constitutional rights, using excessive force, killing him on July 2nd. The juror awarded my niece and nephew, my nephew's children, $13.2 million. I had the privilege of speaking to some of the jurors after the verdict. Do you know what the jurors told me? They said there were about 40 to 50 uniformed Anaheim police officers, probably at the taxpayers' expense, walked into the courtroom and they saw that an act to intimidate
I'm sorry, your time is up.
of my family. I just want to let the jurors, the council members, this is what I have to remember. And it's going to be 10 years, July 2nd. And my nephew would have turned 42 years old, May 9th. I will never forgive and I will never forget what the Anaheim police did to my nephew. They murdered him. They choked him to death. This is what they did to him. These are the officers that were holding my nephew.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry your time is up.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Carla Navarro and Silvia Camacho.
Thank you, Marie. Hi, guys. Vern Nelson, Tenants United, Anaheim. I really shouldn't be here right now. This is the time of the day that I'm always out there with my comrades getting signatures for rent control. And I'll get right back out there, but I had to come by tonight because I saw that you want to spend $750,000 on devices to spy on us more. Devices ICE could use if they wanted to. The city of kindness does not need more surveillance. And I hope one of you pulls this off the consent calendar so there can at least be a critical discussion about this invasion of privacy for all the reasons my friends listed. And hopefully you'll table this stupid idea. Also, I went to a great event last week at the home of Albert Arzola's extended family, who I'm glad have become very involved in helping political candidates who stand for accountability and transparency. You should have seen there was a long line of young people and some older people who never voted before. They all lined up at a laptop to register to vote, and after they registered, they signed for rent control. You need to know that nobody in Anaheim has forgotten about Albert, and we are all being stonewalled. We all need to know who it was that killed Albert so fast and unprovoked on the public dime. We want to make sure he's never on our streets or armed again. Speaking of item 22, maybe these pre-employment psychological exams would have kept this guy off the force, but it's too late now. There needs to be consequences. So I got to get back out there now and get more signatures for rent control. It's actually a lot of fun. 90% of renters sign it happily. They thank us for what we're doing. They ask us why we didn't do it years ago. Good question. Homeowners sign it too because they care about the 55% of their neighbors who are renters. It is the city of kindness, after all. I got a signature the other day from an elderly lady named Marjorie. Her rent had just been raised by 6%, and she said she knew they could have raised it higher, and she appreciates that they didn't, but still she can't afford the 6% rent hike on her fixed income, and she's gonna have to move, and she has no idea where to go. That's Marjorie. We're doing this for 1,000 Marjories. I'll stay around a few minutes in case any of the good people here want to sign before I leave. I know a lot of you already have, but some of you haven't. Registered Anaheim voters only. Registered Anaheim voters. Thank you.
Our next two speakers, Carla Navarro, Silva Camacho.
Good evening, Council. I am here to urge City Council to reject Agenda Number 7 to expand automated license plate readers program by purchasing 72 additional cameras. Installing 72 ALPRs does not align with the city's values. You cannot say you stand against ICE and add more surveillance like ALPRs. It is a contradiction, as we know they are releasing information to ICE. Automated license plate readers are AI-powered cameras that record not only license plates, but the make, model, and color of your car and any identifying features that can be described, like bumper stickers or damage to your car. ALPRs are not obvious cameras because they can be installed into streetlights, disguised as water barrels, on light posts, on street signs, under bridge, and on cop cars. To accept surveillance and ALPRs is to accept that if you are driving around in public, you should have no expectation of privacy. Did you know that once a person's information is uploaded, a person cannot request to have their video surveillance removed or opt out of having their information uploaded onto this database? I would like to ask you, where is this data stored? Who has access to the data? And who owns this data? As well as what safeguards do you have in place to prevent harms against our communities? Although based on reports from other cities, it seems as though there are no safeguards that can reduce any risk of misuse of this information at this time. I want to highlight that in 2024, the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency discovered 7 vulnerabilities in cameras made by Motorola Solutions. The same Motorola Solutions who this council is discussing install their ALPRs. At the start of 2025, the news source, the outlet Wired, reported that over 150 ALPRs were leaking their live streams. Many choose to focus on the fact that there have been some data, that some of these ALPRs have been used to help solve crime. Again, solve, not prevent. But did you know that their databases can be accessed by police departments who do not live in your community, in your city, or even in your state, if you do not opt out of the National Network database? Are the ALPRs we are discussing today opted out of the National Network database? Did Motorola Solutions even mention the National Network database? The truth is simple. We do not know who has access to this data and what they are using it for. It is not just police departments who have access to this data. Our information is being sold under the guise of security. Lastly, our Fourth Amendment is at risk, which is the protection of unreasonable searches and seizures. ALPRs are used to circumvent the Fourth Amendment because it is not required for law enforcement to retrieve a warrant, ask a judge, have probable cause or reasonable suspicion, leading to further misuse and abuse of vulnerable communities by the police.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Justice for Albert.
Our next speaker, Sylvia Camacho. Sylvia Camacho.
I'm Albert Arzola's aunt, and I just want to say we don't need no licensed surveillance. What we need is police accountability. I'm going to miss my nephew until I leave this earth. As I understand, he was shot when he had his hands up, and these guys call themselves peace officers. Like, where's the peace in that? Yes. But that's all I got to say. I know the system is corrupted. Like.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We'll move forward to general comments, and we have 16 public speakers. Our first speaker being Adriana Moreno. Adriana.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Adriana Moreno, and I am truly honored to stand before you today as the new executive director of the Anaheim Community Foundation. It is a privilege to step into this role and to serve a community that is so deeply committed to one another. Over these first few weeks, I've had the opportunity to begin meeting with community partners, residents, stakeholders, and I've been very encouraged for the warm welcome that I've received. It has been nothing but positive, this transition, both meaningful and energizing. Every conversation has reinforced how much care, pride, and dedication it exists across Anaheim. I am grateful to now be part of that shared effort. For more than 40 years, the Anaheim Community Foundation has served as a trusted partner supporting this community. I have provided you with a copy of our 2025 Impact Report, which highlights some of this work. Just this past year, we awarded 332 grants, totaling over $177,000 to organizations serving Anaheim residents. It is an inspiring legacy and one I am proud to help carry forward. I also want to take this moment to sincerely thank you for your continued support, especially for naming the Anaheim Community Foundation as the recipient charity of the State of the City event. Because of your support, we were able to reinvest those funds directly back into Anaheim, supporting 57 local nonprofits. Your partnership truly makes a difference in expanding opportunity and strengthening the fabric of our community. I'm also very appreciative of our longstanding collaboration, which has helped us reach an exciting milestone, securing a permanent office location. This is a meaningful step forward for our organization and reflects the strength of our partnership. In the weeks ahead, I look forward to connecting with each of your offices to listen, learn, and explore how we can continue working together to deepen our collective impact. Thank you again for your leadership, your partnership, and your continued support of our mission to continue building community through people, partnerships, and pride. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto, followed by Paul Hayek.
What's up, Mayor and City Council? You notice my shirt. I'm not for a city, I'm not for a state, I'm for America. And I did a YouTube video on the workers at hotel. I'm back in there every day, getting fed free food, drinks with certain ladies and men that do like me before they kick me out the second time. And so I posted a video about the hotel workers coming here and complaining about being raped, being beat up, being harassed by the drunks that go there. So that's on YouTube, and that's what I did. Let me read you something about the Bible. Several Bible verses, most notably Ephesians 6:4 and Deuteronomy 6:6-7 command fathers to bring up children in the training and instruction of the Lord and teach them diligently. Ephesians 5:23, 25:30 further establishes that men are responsible for the spiritual well-being of their household by leading by example. Maybe you might want to look at all these churches and pastors, what they're doing, what's wrong. In God we trust, huh? Deuteronomy is in the Old Testament. Ephesians is in the New Testament. The Bible verse directly refers to established authorities, law enforcement being appointed to take care of criminals, wrongdoers, Romans 13:1-4. In this passage, the Apostle Paul writes, "Let every person be subject to governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those who that exist have been instituted by God for rulers that are not a terror to good conduct, but bad conduct. For he is a servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer." What they did to me, your cops are evil. And they think it's funny. They got a sick sense of humor. They need psychiatric help, believe me. The church is acting as a sanctuary, represents a sacred space of refuge, providing physical, emotional, and spiritual safety to vulnerable individuals. Historically and in modern context, it acts as a safe haven for immigrants, refugees, those fleeing persecution by utilizing physical church space for protection from authorities. I guess that's why you kicked me out, because I'm none of that. But anyway, not all churches are really legally functioning sanctuaries in the modern sense. So all the churches are dumb. Then I have this lady ask me, I talked to a young lady, "What's your body count?" I go, "What do you mean?" She goes, how many sexual relations did you have through my life? I go, "That's kind of personal. I don't talk about it." But she told me 9, and her 10th one is going to be her husband. So that's a question you all need to ask yourself. What's your body count? Hey, I don't know. Mine's pretty low. I'm not a hoe. I'm not a hoe. I'm not a slut. Have a nice day.
Mr. Paul Hayek. Then we'll go to our next speaker. Is it myself?
Hey, Kualito Taki, good afternoon. Buenas tardes, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. Norma Campos Kurtz, thank you so much. I want to thank Arzola and yourself and your staff for being there in the community, in the barrio, walking in the streets and finding what the community's needs are, like the sidewalks. I know maybe some grass can be changed to desert, safe water, right? And also, I believe Christine emailed you to request, I know people in the community, they walk down those railroad tracks on Olive and Vermont. I grew up in that area too. When we lived in apartments in those areas, we would walk all the way to, I believe, it's a path, it's a walk all the way to, I think it's Cerrito Street? No, Ball Road, towards Anaheim Indoor Swap Meet. And I think it'd be very vital, like it would prevent from use of drugs, even homelessness being there. It's like a place where people do very negative things. And I think it's important to listen to that. And I think it was very, very vital for you guys to be out there. Thank you, Christine, for inviting me. I think it's important that we have that engagement with the people in the community in a very middle class and like neglected barrio. As you can see, the alleys, there's a lot of trash and stuff like that, concerns about that too. But yeah, that's a request for hopefully we can create something. Like I know in city of Santa Ana, city of Orange and Fullerton, right, they created a new bike lane. It's right next to the railroad tracks. You could actually do that, I think, through Caltrans. Request for like a black fence for people to not get run over, obviously, by the railroad tracks. But they did a bike trail and a walking trail, a dog trail, all the way to the DNV in Fullerton in the barrio. So I think it would be really great to have an idea. I think that would help some of us psychologically, physically, to maybe have another source of like something to do, something to go to, you know, because I know it's going to get really hectic with these gas prices, and they're going to go up to $9 to $10. I know already at Placita Alvera, when we do our Aztec Dance there with General Lázaro, we're talking about the prices. They're like $10 a gallon right now, and it's going to get worse. But and another issue that I wanted to mention, it was nice that Congressman Lou Correa did agree of changing the name of the colonies to, like he said, Los Jaguares, either Los Jaguares or maybe hummingbirds, but I know it's going to come with time, hopefully in Native American month, which is in the month of November. And also in memory of Arzola, maybe, like Pearl said, if they got rid of Cesar Chavez because of his accusations, right, because of Dolores Huerta's accusations, why, that's great that they took down Cesar Chavez's names because of what he did, but why can't we take the name of the colonists down, or like Catilla Knights, or the Vikings? You know, we should move fast, quickly, because a lot of the students are, you know, suffering. I just came from a funeral in Fullerton, Andrew, you know, and that's why we're hurt right now. City mayor's not there, but yeah, so that's what's going on. But thank you so much, Norma Campos Kurtz, for Chicana City Councilwoman in the future. Gracias.
Our next speaker, Forrest Pollock, followed by Art Castillo and Dana Baker. Forrest Pollock. Art Castillo.
I want to start off that 1976, I was 12 years old, and some young kids in our neighborhood were 14. My brother's age, he was 2 years older than me. And the police killed them, you know, execution style, took them and hogtied them, put them in the car, took them to the destination and shot and killed them. And then they got my brother, and he was number 5 on the list. He got away, and then they got him again. And they went to a parent's house and showed a picture, and they went after, they said that, you know, we're gonna kill him. So they didn't make a secret what they were doing. And I was a kid growing up. When I jumped to that, there was a man named Seferino Garcia that used to come here all the time and say to the board here, there's 4 unsolved murders. And he kept on coming and coming, and, you know, no response, no investigation. But when I had learned what was happening, put it together, that was one issue. But, and Maria, the Valenzuela, Vincent Valenzuela, I've known that family. I knew every single kid that was killed. I met them in the streets. I was helping families. I was helping everybody in the community, getting kids out of troubles and doing things, helping through organization. I was the founder of United Neighborhoods. I brought that together. I put the police review board to come here. I put all that. I went every single time. We used to fill the place up and it got empty, just being by myself for a long time. But these are the things that weren't working. I try to bring some more people here. Hopefully they can start coming again. But I also want to say Chris Eisinger and Valenzuela was chokeholded, and Mike Lester, the city manager, he was on put on the news that the boys were died of drugs, but it was found that they were died of the chokehold. I've been coming here and the review board and others to say he needs to make a retraction about. I told this to Chief Rick, our last chief. You know, he needs to make a retraction to make it better. If you want to get people together, you need to make a retraction on that. And the last thing, Marie went to a city council when it was over in the civic center, the community center, when they were doing some work here. And she said that she was followed. She told that was Mayor Tom Tate. She says, I was followed all the way home, and she lived in Mission Viejo. She called me up and she said, hey, what do I do? I said, well, go to the mayor and tell the city council. And they didn't do anything. So, we don't get resolves, but I still stand to keep it going, that, that you guys can at least make recommendations. That's what the police review board, we know what the police review board members can only do. They're subject to just to ask the police to do something, but we need to change that. We need to get a little bit more for us. And again, I grew up around the Arzola family. Didn't know that was even what happened. There's so many cases, and I'm telling you, I have a case I won't even bring up. It was a murder down on the street. Cop shot a guy in the back, and they lied on the coroner report. So, it's too much. So we're going to be talking to the community. We're putting groups
Mr. Castillo,
together.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next speaker, Dana Baker. Dana Baker. Nebe.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking time to hear me. It was an honor and a privilege to sing for you, Mayor, and the other women at the New York Life Insurance Women's Gathering on March 23rd. My name is Dana Baker, 60 years old, and I'm looking for some help with my rent. I was going to be in a caregiving job tomorrow, but unfortunately, the client passed away Sunday, and now I'm looking for a new job, and I have to relocate by the end of May. My landlord passed away on February 19th, and his daughter has graciously given me an extra month to find a place to move. I've done everything right. Went to college, earned a BA in social work, and worked in that field for decades. I have a master's in education administration, and I'm struggling. I earned these degrees to have a decent job so I wouldn't have to struggle, but here I am in Anaheim. At least I'm happy. Fireworks go off at 9:39 every night. I know this is a temporary problem for a long-term solution, and I'm asking for the council for help in any way, shape, or form to relieve some of the stress that I'm under. I also have a deformed left foot and grateful to be on Medicare and other services at no cost. I'm scheduled to have my right hip replaced in a few months. I'm usually the one people come to for help, but now I need help right now, and it feels kind of off. Everything seems to be closing in my life, and nothing seems to be opening. Hopefully, the opening will start with this council. I'm blessed to know where my next meal is coming from and where I'm sleeping tonight. I also have to have Pastor Joshua Collins and friends who care about me very much. Thanks again for taking time to hear me. Any help that you can give me to help me with my rent would greatly be appreciated. If all goes my way, I will be starting to work on my doctorate in sociology in the fall. God bless you and shalom.
Our next speaker, Christine.
Hi, good evening. I come from a small private school in Anaheim, and we were able to take a class field trip to the Anaheim Convention Center on November 3rd to visit the College and Career Fair. We had an assignment where we were told to visit different kinds of schools and ask them about programs that they have to offer and statistics about the school. During the time, I was able to learn more about colleges around me, but it also got me thinking about the career aspect. Many kids don't exactly know what career they would like to pursue in the future, so when looking at colleges, they don't exactly know what they're looking for. At the fair, it was mainly college-centered instead of focusing on careers. I wanted to bring up this matter of splitting up the college and career fair so that we can focus on both aspects. Just like with colleges, it would also be beneficial to have career representatives that are willing to talk to students about jobs that they do so that it might spark interest in them. In this way, the City of Anaheim is directly contributing to aiding students in choosing the careers that they would like to have. This will eventually lead them to be interested in specific colleges related to their future career when they're going to college fairs. They will know exactly what they're looking for. Although I went there to submit my assignment, I was also encouraged by how many other teachers had the same ideas to encourage their students, and also by how many colleges were able to appear and spark excitement in each of us that are about to go through this college application process. By also having a separate career fair, it gives students other options than just going to college, but instead going to the military or Air Force. As an example, during the College and Career Fair, we were able to talk to one of the representatives from the FBI, and we asked her what her life looks like working there. And by talking to her, she encouraged some of us to research more into that field. Even though I never thought of working in that environment, I became more interested in looking at other careers because they might align more closely with my interests. Because these interactions were limited, I'm bringing up this idea in order to have